Ghirardelli Intense Dark.
Oh, okay. Anybody who's subscribed is probably hearing the
Rich.
commercial. So yeah, Sculf is the hallmark. It's just me. That's just how it works. I'm sorry. Now, for those of you who are unaware of what it is you've just walked in on, this is 12 Days of Indie, and this stream will be moving to twitch.tv/12 Days of Indie next year. So this is our last year here, and this will probably be my last block. This will probably be my last one before the end of this year's marathon. So it's been great being here, and I hope to come back next year. We'll just see if my language is a little too salty to be withstood by the typical folk. But yeah, I'm Mossy Stone. I am a VTuber, an international or interdimensional bounty hunter. So if you go follow me over there, good times. And yeah, we're gonna be playing some Starmade this evening. I've been playing a lot of Genshin Impact on the streams for 12 Days of Indie, but it's it's something that I think was a moment that my PSU decided no more of this, because it absolutely just it quit midstream last stream that I was in, and there was this incessant beeping sound, and the valiant knight that he is, Linnea, came in and used his magnificent morning voice to carry the stream the rest of the way. So a big thank you goes out to that fella right there. But yeah, before we jump into any gaming, I'm gonna go ahead and play at least the Toys for Tots commercial for y'all. So give me one moment and we'll be right back.
Thanks to your generosity, Marines have delivered Christmas to children in need since 1947.
Ho ho ho, and Merry Christmas to everybody. Yeah, we're looking back at Starmade. Today we actually have incentives. Who would have thought? The incentives include $5, and you get name on block. $10, you get name on ship. So the ship's actual like waypoint carrot will actually display as whatever name you indicate. And if we double that, I will switch to Minecraft, and I will play that until the end of the hour of my block. And in which case, at the end of that hour, I will switch back to Starmade. My mic is pretty quiet. Let me see if I can fix that. Is that an improvement? Any improvement at all? Okay. Hopefully not too loud. So, that reminds me, I'm in the Discord. I need to switch the room that I'm in because I'm in the wrong room for the Discord, and that's something you shouldn't do. Confirm yes, I want to switch rooms. That's why I clicked on that. You Delightful program, you. All right, so strap in, because we're jumping in. Gonna give this roll a load. I wonder if I'm gonna go over reactor designs today, because reactors end up confusing a lot of people, for good reasons too. Oh, that's right. I left them. I'm trying to mine the block there. All right, so they've already targeted this rock, and they're already flipping out, unable to properly like salvage from it. So, uh, so where's my actual ship? Am I just floating in space on my own? Evidently, yes. That's what I decided to do. Um, so beyond the fleet assets nearby. Flip. All right. Part of the problem with the design here, with these particular ships, is that oh, I thought I saw something red on my screen. I'm sitting there going like, there should be no hostiles in this universe. This universe is set to friendly. Part of the reason why these salvagers are having a problem is because evidently I haven't arranged the cannons properly, and that's part of the reason why they're all flipping around and doing weird stuff. So I'm going to attempt to build another salvager and see if it can be a little more productive than these ones can be. Alright, so there's the mothership. This is the ship that deployed them, and I'm going to force them to return to it. Let's see. I'm going to issue an order, and we're going to tell the fleet to idle in formation. And there they go. I could tell them to dock, but I don't think I've got docking rails set up on that ship properly. So they're not going to be able to. And already they're kind of flipping around and being weird. Alright, so this is not my my creative mode world, I believe. No, it's not. Now, I'm not going to cheat my own system and then, you know, start summoning in blocks magically. I'm gonna go ahead and return all of this this group back to its home planet, and then from there, it's a base proper. So that base proper will allow me to get some blocks and build a new salvager and come back out here in a moment to see what we can do about getting this situation fixed. Mm-mm. Part of this particular ship has not been properly built yet, so the stairwell that would normally lead up here to this actual flight deck has not been properly built. So yeah, it's an incomplete craft. Ba, 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 ba. Now I need a reminder. Where is home? That would be under my my journal stuff, right? Or navigation. It'd be under navigation. Set or load waypoint. There it is. No. um, that is not where home has been placed. I have not set my home location properly. Although I did, actually. It would be under the faction information. Okay, home faction set to planet, but home base 5117. Last two numbers are negatives. All right. So I'm going to go back to fleet. I'm going to set attack, defend, escort, patrol, move fleet. That'll be 5, 11, 7. There we go. And everyone's all formed up and ready to go. There's a couple of rocks out there. Oh, they can move faster. I forgot about that. Well, yeah, the Twitchy fleet's gonna be a problem. I mean, on top of that, we're gonna try to navigate home with Twitchy ships. So I'm a little annoyed that they're not staying in formation. Move fleet escort. Okay, switch them over to escort mode. And it does not appear that we are moving anymore. Okay, there we go. Yeah, they're going to move independently. They're not going to stick to the mothership. Well, if they're going to be like that, then I don't have to really worry about where they're at. They're going to fly home manually anyways. That means I can get my brutalist butt back home however I like. That would be sector 746. No, yeah, no. Five 11-7, but that's on the positives. I'm going in completely the wrong direction. There it is. Plot path to current. And since I'm not encumbered with the Dray Marines, I should be able to recharge the jump drive without any trouble. Yep, look at that. So I've jumped past the ships that are supposed to be escorting me because they're being jerks, and they flew past me while they were supposed to be escorting me. And there's the planet. Okay, I want to slow it down. Alright, the Dray Marines will eventually show up. They've been told to get here under their own power. Right now, I'm going to achieve, re-entry. Actually, am I close enough already to, I am indeed close enough. Alright, so I don't need to get any closer to the planet. I am physically close enough that I can actually start building a ship with the components on the planet. Alright. So, there's our Dray Mother. The Dray Marines will show up eventually. I believe they're already nearby, actually. No, they're not. They're nowhere near here. I'm going to go ahead and plop down a ship core. It'd help if I had a ship core. Bonk. Alright, let's go ahead and place the salvage computer in front of this, and then a salvage cannon array in front of that. And it's going to require cargo. Alright, let's go ahead and place a cannon computer down here already for the regular cannons, and then all these magnificent pieces of glass. Just place them as a block there. The whole lot. There we go. That's a whole lot of glass. And what's the point of me placing down all that glass in that particular configuration? I hear you asking. None at all. I just don't want them in my inventory. When I switch back over to cargo, I can then pick them back up, and then they go straight back into the inventory of the cargo instead of into my personal inventory. Oh, I missed one. Whoopsies. Up. Clipped into the environment. Clipped into the atmosphere. Gotta be careful of that. Now, Cannon salvage modules. Yes, please. I'm also going to need some regular cannons. Damage beam. Cannon barrel. Yes, please. And cannon computer? Yeah, that's good. You may hear some squeaking in the background. That is a very small baby kitten. One of the mama cats that's in the colony nearby decided to come in here and have her kittens here. So we kind of let her. You know, we really don't have much of a choice in the matter, do we? So we've got 3-week-old kittens, kind of just stumbling around. And yeah, they're welcome to stay here until they want to leave. That's pretty much just the way we do it here. Let's see. Why am I doing that? Why am I being that dumb? Alright. Stop doing it wrong. Do it right. Keep doing it. Now, typical salvage beams for me are usually arranged in a grid. Oh, here's the big ships coming back. Our prodigal fleet has arrived. They are. They've taken their time to get here, but they're here. And I'm wondering, is a simple array, an old school non-staggered array, good enough to do the job, considering that there can only be one output? In fact, I placed the output in the wrong place. I placed the cannon in the wrong place. I have to place it behind the ship core, which is really annoying. Man, that already looks terrible. Alright. So, the reactor's going to go in kind of like in a band around it, I guess. For those of you who do not know, feral cat colonies are a real big problem in Florida and Texas. And there's really not much you're allowed to do about them. Because what few laws there are about that stuff protect them pretty well, actually. So you can't alter them in any way unless you're a medical professional. I mean, the colony, not the individual cats. That would be weird. Let's see, efficiency is at 81.2%. So I need to make the reactor slightly more efficient with slightly more blocks. And to make the harvesting done by these ships better, we're also going to add to the chambers system. So now I don't know how big I'm going to be able to make this this setup. I do know that I'll be able to create some sort of a cockpit or flight deck in front, and then I'll be able to connect everything else off the back of this, and that should be just enough engines to be able to get her to move without too much trouble. I'm not worried about shielding right away. Hi. Okay, you hear that? That is Phaeton. Hello, Phaeton. You are wet. You are outside and it is raining, and you are wet. And you are on my desk. Phaeton, I love you, but you are wet. My love is conditional, turns out. You cannot be wet. I love him. I adore him. He's over 10 years old and grumpy. But I really don't want him on my desk while he's wet. Hey, baby, can I get you to get down, please? Phaeton. Oh, my God. Maybe I can reach this paper towel and pat him dry. There we go. This is an interesting way to spend a... Okay, no. Baby, that's my pot. No, Phaeton, get off that. Get. Okay. Oh, Phaeton, what have you done? Oh, goodness. Scuff Cat has caused scuff. Okay. Oof. I apologize to anybody who that made dizzy. That was not me. That was my moron cat. He means well, I think. Morning, David. Rough nights can be rough. Indeed. Let's see, I need a salvage computer, though. What other parts do I need? I'm gonna need chamber components. That's gonna be obvious because I do want to add to the chamber system. Scan a computer. That's always good to have. I don't think I have any actual. Okay, reactor conduit. That'll help. But reactor chamber components. Overdrive module. I don't believe I have any. I just have a few modules for different components. Factory enhancer. Glass will eventually become a thing, as will shielding components. But I need to build some chamber parts because I only have the reactor mobility chamber, and I think that's it. I don't see any other reactor chamber components. Oh, there's some mass reactor, but that doesn't actually do anything for me right now. I mean, reactor mobility and salvage. Reactor and salvage is what I need. I don't think I have any salvage ones laying around. So I'm going to have to temporarily abandon my build. Which is okay, that's fine. I can do that for a moment. Just gonna wait till the environment, the atmosphere picks me up, and then I suddenly fall straight down. Come on. Wow, gravity's being really choosy today. There we go. Now it's got me. There we are. Oh wait, yes, actually, never mind. This is functional. This is functional. There we are. Okay, back into my manufacturing zone. The reactor chambers, I believe they are in the advanced systems. So let's look for chamber. Oh, change production. That's where I'm supposed to search. Chamber. No chambers. So it's not an advanced factory. Standard, maybe? Nothing in production. Then why are you in production mode? You're just wasting power. Jerk. Chamber. There we go. Reactor, mobility, recon, power, logistics. Logistics? Was the logistics? That was the yeah, I'm thinking it's logistics. So let's activate production, please. Center. Do I not have any center? Okay, so we process reactor from metal mesh. So from metal mesh to reactor. Now with reactor power, threads and center have to both be combined to make the reactor logistics chamber. I don't appear to have any center. No, I don't have any center. That's a problem. Okay, fun fact, those ships should have gotten home by now. In fact, we saw them arrive. But they're nowhere in visual range. So I'm going to see if I can get them to show up here. Idle information, please. There's their mothership. They should come into... There we go. Here they are. They should be arriving back to try to form up. And once they idle information, I can check their inventories to see if any of them picked up any center. Because there's a possibility that one of them might have picked up some center while I was mining. And I just didn't realize that that's what we were mining. And there we go. That will provide me with the center I need. And I don't have to worry about weirdness. All nice and formed up. Indeed. Larmar, Ice, Surtees, Ramond. That's all we have. Actually, no. Put those back. Switch to cargo mode. Put those directly into the ship's cargo. Or into the planet's cargo. Alright. That's one ship checked. Oh, we might get lucky. We might get lucky and find some Surtees. Some Sintra, I should say, in one of the ship's cargoes. But there's also a chance that we won't find anything. And if we cash out with Bupicus, then it is what it is. We'll just go out and find some. I mean, the planet might even have some. It should be a matter of finding it and mining it manually. Nope, Surtees. Sintra is a red crystal, so we'll need to find that delicious red crystal. I'm fairly certain I had all of these mining off of the same rock, and so we're probably just going to find more Larmar and Surtees and Ice. Checking the last ship. Let's see what it has. Yep, exact same crap. So well, flip. That means we're gonna have to go find some and go mine it ourselves. Now, do I check the planet for it? Which means I'm gonna have to go from plate to plate and actually take samples from each plate until I find some and then start mining it manually. Or do I go scanning for it and just mine a whole asteroid of it? I mean, I'm of the mind to go mining in the mining device, so the ship specifically for mining. Bye-bye. Now, I don't have an interesting way or cute way of scanning for like Surtees nearby. All I can really do is visit places that I know where roids are going to spawn, and then check to see if any roids are there and see if any of them qualify for what I need. So we've got a couple of rings nearby and a couple of stations nearby as well, which I need to be worried about a little bit because the stations might be hostile still. Path to current. Now, while I'm in manual control of the ship, I can do everything. I don't have to worry about anything. However, if I leave the ship core, the ship is going to automatically default back to doing exactly what it was doing beforehand. So the last order it was following, which was idle information, which means that if I jump out of the ship core by accident, it's going to try to fly back to its mothership and go back into its idle information. Hold on. Order. I'm going to set the whole thing to idle. That way, if I do jump out of the ship core, then it doesn't matter. Where's our waypoint? There it is. Hold up. Okay, just show me asteroids, please. Okay, no asteroids. We're going to travel along the ring and see if we find anything else. Okay, we've transitioned sectors. Nothing new. Come on. I could jump to the next sector. It wouldn't cost me anything, really. I just don't want to end up missing any asteroids on the way there. Nope. Okay, asteroids might be thin on the ground here. Let's try the next system over. Now that's quite a distance away, actually. That is quite a distance away, so let's go ahead and use the jump drive for that. Okay, that's really close by now. Oh, there's a lot of center. Yes, yes, please, yes. Slow down, slow down, slow your roll. All right, no. You literally have found your target. You need to slow down. There you go. That is center and Threns. It is a fairly massive void too. It's not too far away. And there's another one that's much smaller also nearby, which is like actually a tiny bit physically closer. Did I lose my target? Yeah, cat on keyboard, sorry. Back in time. Added. What have I added? Nothing. Since the last time I played Starmade, on stream, there's been nothing additionally done. Right now I'm going to try to build a new ship based on what I know about what functional salvagers are supposed to look like. Because for me, this is a nice little salvager. You know, it's got a big beam cannon, it's got a lot of storage space, it's got all of the systems stowed away and, you know, in happy fun places. And you know, it's a functional ship. It does a good job of being shipped. And we're getting really close to our target now. So not much has changed. However, advice has come in that has made me reassume old assumptions, and I have to go back to doing things the old way. I assumed that when the weapons remix happened, we would have, you know, better ways of targeting stuff, but evidently our ways of targeting stuff versus the AI's ways of targeting stuff have not changed, so the AI is still derpy. Go ahead and shave this down. And suddenly I want eggplant. Eggplant parmesan. Yum, yum, yum. It's all this big purple rock. I'll blame the big purple rock for that. Oh, lost the beams. Hold on, give it a second. There we go. But the beams are part of the fun. Okay, so instead of Phaeton being up here, now it's Monroe. And she was just sniffing at my hand. I think she thought I was eating something. Or maybe she just wants to... Yeah, she wants attention. Okay. She pooped me in a boob, and that means she wants attention. Hello, Momo. Now that should be some center. Let's double check our inventory here. That is a decent amount of center. I'm probably going to need a lot more for what I want to do with it. So let's go ahead and jump back into the ship core. Bring back up navigation, see where's the nearest. Yeah, that one's still there. Oh, that one's massive. Let's go through this for the smaller one right away, though. Where you at? All right. We're oriented in the right direction. We're just going to go ahead and do a fly. It's only about 14K away, so that's fine. We don't need to jump there. We're about 5,000 out. Slow it down. Course correction. Slow it down. Course correction. Slow it down. Course correction. Slow it down. And lost the beam. Dang it. Gonna munch on this roid here. This one is pessimistic. Sorry, I've got soft goth on the brain right now. Right now. I've been listening to way too much synthwave and vaporwave music, and it's all just crawling around in my head, having fun with itself. Yeah, I'm just gonna go ahead and leave the beam off. That's fine. The beam decided to just, you know, crap itself. That's fine. I can still see where it is I'm mining stuff up because of the block removal. How am I mining exactly? Well, the beam has decided to hide itself. Since the beam is no longer being, you know, properly drawn on the screen, that's kind of the problem. I don't know if there's a way to get the get the beam to consistently stay put, besides stopping the mining and then starting again. Because this is how I keep doing that. I just gave up on doing it again because it's time consuming to sit there and let the beam recharge and then have to wait for it and then fire it again. So yeah, I'm mining with invisible laser beams. Now the last droid was about a quarter of the size of this one, and the next droid is over twice as big as this one. So this ought to net a decent amount. That means I should go from 2,000 to 10K to 26K. So 26K in center shards. I mean, and remember, the little things that you mine out of rocks, you know, they're tiny. So a center shard even though it's, you know, displayed in game as being as almost as big as a block, in reality, the whole block is mostly capsule that's enveloping around the center shard, and the center shard itself is this tiny little sliver inside of it. So, kind of gives you a better idea of perspective. So 26K in center shards really is not that much. If you were to unpack them all from the capsules and just put them into a pile, it'd probably be just a small pile of sand, really. You know, I think, okay, there it goes. See, there's the beam. It's gone again. But I'm still mining stuff. So it's like, fine, I'll just take it like this. Because when you're mining without a beam, this isn't what it's supposed to look like. When you're mining without a beam, it's supposed to look like this. Turn off draw beams, apply. Okie doke, okie doke. Resume. Alright. Now we see the wobble boxes because the beams have been turned off. And we can see the wobble boxes removing, you know, the boxes that are currently being highlighted. So I prefer this. I like this, but evidently, yeah, that's why I turn the beams back on from time to time. The game has gone back into kind of an open source situation. The majority of the game's code is obfuscated, and there is one maintainer by the name of DerpGamerX who is actively trying to fix some of the more glarier issues in the game. I do know Shine Team plans to come back to it. The plan is that you know, when opportunity presents itself, the original devs will come back and will, you know, continue doing what can be done, and the open sourceness of it will continue to be as it is. The hope is that this game will become a proper game. Like, we'll have like some missions and stuff like that actually built into it eventually, but that's when the community gets around to actually, you know, getting that done. There's the other one. That's the last one I want to grab from. So, center and Threns. You're way over there. That's still only 23k away. That's 23k away. That's not that far. It's just, I look at the big number and go, oh, that's a problem. Yeah, it's the current version. I would say the game has progressed quite well since its inception. Obviously, the Death Star play mode has been taken out because it was just a proof of concept more than anything. The multiplayer is actually quite functional. There are still servers that maintain like creative mode situations going on, so no combat's allowed unless it's something that's prearranged. And the shipbuilders are allowed to build whatever they like, and of course, if they don't want to be in creative mode, they can, you know, be in survival mode. So that do be a thing. We did get rid of the Noodle Man model. The Noodle Man model was cute and all, but the model that we have now is the Dave model, and the Dave model I think is much better. Alright, so this is an asteroid that actually comes in two parts here. So this one is some assembly required. But speaking of assembly, some of the game's coding has been transferred over to C+, I believe. There we go. And some of the C+, can even be brought down to ASM because, well, the code is just that clean. But remember, all this was coded originally in Java, and as much as people complain about Minecraft being a mess in Java, yeah, this is just as bad. Um, the fact that they've been porting it over to other interpreters that can handle things a little bit easier, um, especially when it comes to portability. Yeah, 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 yeah. But you think, oh, Java, that's the most portable thing in the world. Yes and no. You still have Java implementations that are very incomplete, and you say, oh, well, this was coded in Java. Well, it gives you this false sense of, oh, it'll compile on this, and it won't. So, or if it does, it runs very terribly because, well, Java's great for the portability aspect, but its optimization is terrible. So portability and optimization are things that would be nice to have. Yeah. Absolutely not, no. Um, Godot, you could do a similar game to this in Godot. There are several survival base building kind of games in Godot already. So I imagine maybe making a good mimicry of this game in that vein, using that engine would probably be good as well. But I understand that the main dev for that particular environment is also kind of a toxic person. So I don't know if they've improved any. I don't know if they've recanted on any things that they've said before. But yeah. Basically, when you're dealing with anybody who's a proper code monkey, and I use this as a term of endearment because I know many code monkeys and I feed them peanuts all the time. But yeah, anybody who's just taking the wrench to the code, they're usually behind a computer all day, and they are face deep in spaghetti code. All right, they are absolutely just sitting there, absolutely getting Italian with it, and you can't really get them to pop their heads up for more than a moment to give two fluffs about what's going on the world stage or politically or anything like that. So, they'll sometimes go online, see something of a political nature, comment on it, and it's a hot take. It is a hot take. It is a hot take so hot that they're going to have to put it back in the oven and let it cool there because the oven is actually colder. All right, than the environmental temperature, because this freaking lava that you pulled out of the oven initially just absolutely set everything else on fire. So no. I think authors suffer from the same problem actually. But yeah, sometimes those hot takes are to such an egregious degree that people are like, yeah, maybe I don't want to do business with you anymore. And that's what keeps happening. I don't know. For good jokes, there are a lot of young ladies online who do YouTube videos, and they know how to make a joke. They know how to be self-deprecating, but not in a way that actually injures anybody, like even themselves. Like one creator that I was watching, she had this little miniature commercial during one of her videos, and like the tagline for the company she's trying to advertise for, which is actually just her company, and also being done in parody. The tagline is "I eat sketty," like I'm sorry, what? Like I get it. You eat spaghetti. I get that. I eat spaghetti too. It's delicious. Um, but being misspelled like that on something that's supposed to be like a corporate logo, as the tagline, "I eat sketty." What? What? Who's talking back there? Who let them out of the daycare center? What's going on over here? And then the tagline changes. So by the end of the parody commercial, the tagline changes to "I ran out of sketty." Like what? You know, comedy, comedy, delicious, simple comedy. I mean, and let's discuss. Is it self-deprecating to discuss your pasta habits? You know, I don't think it is. Some people might. I'm a rigatoni kind of girl myself. Oh, rotini. Vegetable garden rotini. I mean, like, all that needs is a little bit of butter and salt, and you're good to go, because the rotinis themselves have, like, a little bit of flavor. You know, just a little of a tomato, a little spinach flavor. Quite delicious, I think. And if that's self-deprecation, then you know what? So be it. See, what engine would I feel comfortable working in right now after Unity's absolute flip out? It's boundaries testing. We all know it. We all know that's what's going on. You know, the industry's trying to test what the market will take. You know, and that's just the thing, is that whenever a company prices anything, it's like, what will the market bear? The people who we are marketing to, what will they allow us to get away with? The wobble boxes are gone too now. Jeez. I was wondering where they went. Okay, there we go. And that's why you have some of these really weird pricing scammers, because it's like, why is this $69? Why isn't it like $29 like the last version was? Why are we doing this? It's like, oh, well, the game's popular enough that we can jack up the price. Alright, fine. I'll think I'll wait for a Steam sale. Oh, we're getting some lava blocks out of this too. I hadn't noticed that. Just gonna keep shaving this stuff off. And this particular asteroid is several times bigger than the last one that I harvested from, so this one's gonna take a while. Like, this angle right here is probably fairly deceptive. I mean, let's show it from another angle. Yeah, look how big that is. Look at this absolute bulb. This absolute chat of a rock. Not necessarily evil. It's just misunderstood. Its alignment is lawful chaotic. It has a very set, code of ethics, but nobody can tell what that code actually is. I mean, I wouldn't consider this rock evil. I mean, again, misunderstood. Possibly need a little bit of therapy. I mean, we're actively reshaping this rock into a whole new image. All right. Soon there will be nothing left of this rock but its constituting components, and those components will then be turned into components that I need for ships. So yeah, the rock's not evil, just full of impurities, and we're going to fix that. We're going to fix the rock. We're going to make it pure. We will expunge any of the impurities from it. It is in space. This is indeed space. This is indeed a space rock. It is what we call in the business an asteroid. What game was it that I was playing? Oh, it was No Man's Sky, actually. In No Man's Sky, when you're mining like a rock that's kind of just like those little humpy rocks, every so often the rock will get up and run away. Now, it's not actually a rock. It's actually a creature that's, disguised itself as a rock, obviously. And you trying to mine the rock is hurting it. So it runs away and it tries to evade, being punctured any further by your laser beam. I usually chase those little things down. I chase them down and I pop them because, you know what? They give you meat, and meat can be fed into your suit, and that restores your character's HP. So yeah, every so often I find a meat rock. And I eat the meat rock, and the meat rock, I'm going to assume the suit finds it delicious, but it's just nutrients to me. It's like, is the rock truly evil, or did we make it evil? Did we program it to be evil? These are the questions, my friend. These are the questions. I will not deny you that. I will not deny that my rock hunting may also be part of the evils of this universe. There is no victimless consumption, is there? That is just how things have evolved. But we could be, I don't know, a little more compassionate, I think. That'd be nice. I'd feel a lot less worse about buying chocolate if I didn't have to worry about there being somebody who would rather do something else being forced to do that labor. You know, that would be nice. And if we had like a worldwide universal basic income, well, then nobody would have to do anything technically. You know, companies would company, and people would go to do jobs just because they enjoy doing them, and nobody would be forced to harvest chocolate pods, or cocoa pods, I should say. They would do it because they think it's fun and something worthwhile to do, because they also get a little bit of money out of it. I would like that world. I would like that world where people go to job to have fun, to be distracted, to enjoy a little bit of stress, you know? But that's overly idealistic, I understand that. That's not the sort of world we live in. And I mourn. But that's fine. Alright, we've got this rock mostly tamed. Let's see. No, back. There we go. Aha, that's the angle Mama likes right there. You give me more of that, thank you. Oh, quick reminder, yes, I do have a deep voice. She, her, please, thank you. Just a quickie. I had to deal with that on the phone earlier. I hate that. We've got this rock mostly down. It's down to its mass is down to 3,260 blocks altogether. So just a little bit more. Just a wee bit more. I mean, I could use a bigger beam to mine faster, but sometimes it's kind of nice to be able to sit there and just slowly sculpt a rock. You know, just slowly, just turn it into whatever it is you want to turn it into. And then you could always just bore a hole straight through it. And slice it in two. Now, this game does actually have breakaway fit. Uh-oh. Oh, no, you don't. No. This is my asteroid. You jerks. No. You're not mining my asteroid. I have been spending a long time on this. This is my asteroid. Y'all can just fluff yourselves. Go away. Go away. My roid. Mine. I've been slowly cultivating this roid into a fun shape. No. No. Go away. Go away. I'm going to shoot these guys. Go away. Mine. Go find something else to mine. This one's mine. Gimme. No. What are you gonna do about it, huh? You gonna get mad? You gonna get mad? You know, cry to mommy? Go on. Get lost. My rock. You can have the other ones, but don't touch my rock. It's like, oh, do they want to mine this one? Like, I don't care. No damage from ramming, no. I mean, theoretically, this game does have break-off physics. So if I were to cut an asteroid in half, or if I were to shoot a ship in half, yeah, it would then be stuck in two different pieces, and they would both have their own physics and everything like that. It's really laggy. It's not well optimized yet. So that's one of those things that, somebody like Derp Gamer X might actually jump in on and try to get working. But we'll see in the future. And yeah, ship to ship and ramming not causing any damage, I'm not really worried about that. I actually kind of appreciate that, because sometimes in a dogfight with really small ships, you end up smacking into each other, and it'd be nice to not have the guy with the denser armor immediately win because he accidentally crushed one of his rivals. I saw parts of my rock disappearing before I got to them. So yeah, that was telling me that they were targeting my rock. There's another center rock nearby, but I don't care. Oh, what? You gonna threaten me? Huh? You coming at me? Huh? I don't think so. It's like, dude, I will mess up your day. Don't even try it. Okay, so I have 28. Oh, okay. I thought I was gonna walk off with 26k in center shards. I'm walking off with 28k in center shards. I've got some lava rock, some lava blocks, some sugil, and some threns. So, back into the ship core. Navigations, please. No, let's go to map. We're in the next sector over, so fairly certain that's home. Yeah. Plot path to current. There's our current waypoint. There is some asteroids in the way, but that's fine. We can jump through them. It's going to take a second jump. And drive charged. There we go. Slow it down, slow it down. Slow it down. And to make my life a little bit easier, so that the ship will auto park itself, I'm just going to go ahead and stick myself in the nose here and then tell it to form with its mothership. So idle information, that's the one. There we go. And I'll just let the ship park itself. And we are in formation. And I'm close enough to the planet that I can now switch over to cargo mode and then switch the cargo out of here and just flip it down to the planet. There we go. All transported over. Now I need to go and double check to make sure that the factory continues doing its thing. And this is going to be a slow slog to get back to the planet. It'll take a little while at around 50 meters per second to get down to where I need to go. I think it's 50 meters per second. No, it's 1 meter. Okie doke, okie doke. Gravity neutralized. Thank you. Yeah, it's like 1 meter or 2 meters every second. Yeah, 2 meters every second. This is taking so long. Okay, that one is processing out. Yep, there we go. There's our first logistics reactor. It's taking a while to process these out, though. Yeah. Oh wait, did I not? Sorry. See. Switch these over to that particular capsule processor. There we go. Now that should be, that processor should be going about 10 times faster. There we go. And that means that this will be going that much faster as well. Yep, there we go. That'll do the job. Instead of having to wait for it to pull one and then pull the other components, it pulls all the components at once, pulls them all together, and then boom, bada boom, bada bing. There we go. Every so often it has a mispull. That's fine. But then I'm gonna get the majority of the reactors the reactor chambers that I need out of this. I need about 9-ish. About 9. I currently have 207. Okay, that's a bit much. That's a bit much. Alright. You can continue doing what you're doing. You need to stop. You need to deactivate production. Aren't you gonna get pulled? Aren't you gonna go to... There we go. Alright. So we'll let that kind of do its processing. Matter of fact, we may as well get to process more quickly. So it's already set. So Shift V. Yes, Shift V. That selects all the enhancers. All the enhancers will increase the capacity of that particular unit, and I can use that to double check. And yes, it is processing as many as it can at a time. About 500 per go? No, 300. Yeah, 335 it looks like. Awesome sauce. Alright, so that's processing out the center and threads and everything else that's in there. This is no longer building anything. Nothing else should it be. Yeah, deactivate. What the heck are you? Wasting power. Wasting power. Good lord. No. No. You are not allowed. Okay, that's fine. Deactivate production. I've been wondering what's been causing a power draw on the reactor. All these have just been sitting here idle. Like, oh, I'm not producing anything. I may as well draw power anyways. Power and power accessories. Okay, now these are going to be processing. Yeah, that's fine. As the microassembler will be as well. So these guys are doing their jobs. Fine and dandy. Those ones being on all the time, I don't mind at all. They're not a problem. I mean, there is teleporters in the game, and you could put all the stuff into your personal inventory, and then teleport down to the planet, and then get things like that. But then, if you're close enough to a planet and the cargo that's on the planet happens to be sent as your personal cargo, then you can just put things into that cargo, and it's as easy as beaming things down. There is, however, the transport system, the rail system. Now we do have invisible rails that will take a ship and then dock it to a position. Thank you. And then they will dock themselves to an additional docking system on the rail system that will be an offload rail, which will only take things off of the ship or off of the entity that's currently docked to it. And then there's also an kind of an upload rail which does the same thing, only an opposite. So it can only send stuff to that rail. I'll be honest, this is actually way simpler than Minecraft Redstone. Thank you for that. I was brought some coffee, and it is a godsend right now. My throat is absolutely terrified of being used very, very much right now. So, all right. So, what we have is a very simple system. Now, I don't have to link the reactor or the reactor stabilizers. Matter of fact, as long as this thing is touching the planet, anything that's on this planet will get the benefit of that power. This is an array of storage blocks. These storage blocks are linked. See, there we go. All right. So these storage blocks are where all the things are actually stored, and that big block of storage is connected to only one control block. That control block right there. Now, this control block is not only attached to that for association, but is also pulling from all of these. So it is pulling anything that it finds in any of these boxes, is going to pull them out and put them into the big box. All right, which of course goes back into the big storage. So anything that I build gets zipped down to here, and then that organizes it back here. Now, any one of these items can be told to pull items from here. Everything goes into the box, everything. But these boxes will only pull the items that they require. They won't pull all items indiscriminately. So a capsule refiner will only pull capsules. Will only pull the components for capsules, I'm sorry. So that means like raw materials. These ones are micro assemblers. They will only pull like metal mesh and crystal alloy to turn them into what they actually become. So that's kind of like an easy way of recycling stuff. Then when I tell any one of these boxes to manufacture a particular item, it grabs the components that it needs to make that item from here, makes it, and then sends it back to the box. So it goes back into storage. Now, let's say I need to manufacture a lot of something. Like I want to process a lot of capsules. Well, I connected those capsules to this array of capacity enhancers, and the capacity enhancers do exactly what it sounds like. They just make that box stronger. They are buffs only for manufacturing boxes. And of course, the more of these a box uses, the more power it needs, the more power hungry it becomes. And if I don't have a reactor big enough to handle that particular box's demands because of all the stuff that's connected to it, it'll fail from time to time. Now, the failure just means it won't make the thing and it'll try again later. It doesn't mean like I lose anything. But yeah, if the reactor's not stable enough, if the reactor isn't big enough, if I'm making too many demands on the power, if there's not enough storage, yeah, this whole thing could fall apart. All right, and literally, all somebody needs to do is break into my base and pop this block, and all of my stuff is gone. Not gone, but you know, they could just pick up all the stuff they want, and then take off, and then let the rest of it just despawn. Which is one of the reasons why I like to turn off player versus player, because PvP typically ends up just being a lot of griefing. But yeah, this little you know, planet station, it's not that complex. It's just a very simple little manufacturing situation. Now, people have made much bigger, much more complex ones, and even I've made much more complex stations that had like very specific categories of what even a room full of a bank full of stuff even does. So like there was a huge sorting system on one base which would sort all the blocks by the type. So if it was a ship block, it would go into one inventory. If it was a station only block, it would go into another inventory. If it was a decorative block, it would go into a whole other inventory, you know, and we could sort things out that way if we wanted to. Light fixtures, lighting blocks, charged crystals. We could sort all that stuff and make it incredibly complicated, but this is probably the simplest way and the most effective way, especially considering the power usage. The power usage is an absolute nightmare if you're not careful. Yeah, I'm not a big fan of PvP. PvE, yeah. Um, Never be able to taste again. I'll never be able to walk again. Hmm. The first joke that comes to mind right off the bat when you ask that is like, "Oh, are you threatening me?" You know, and of course you're not. But at the same time, I think not being able to walk again, that would be the big problem. That would be the big oof. Not being able to taste anything. There are plenty of people who are running around who have no taste. I mean, that's obvious. Just go to Florida, um, and they're perfectly, you know, fine and dandy, and they do their thing. Um, but I certainly would miss taste. I just know that if I couldn't walk, I would definitely be um, up a creek without a Hershey bar. And you will never find me up a creek without a Hershey bar. I do prefer PvE over PvP, obviously. There's another game a lot like this called Interstellar Rift. Yeah. I actually love that game quite a bit. And I don't like the shipbuilding system in it, which is because I almost always invariably forget something that I'm supposed to build into the ship, and that means that I have to redesign the ship from the ground up, including all the really cool decorations that I put, all the really cool paint job that I put onto it. Everything that I did is for nothing because I forgot one thing, and I'm gonna have to go and do it again. Hate that, but no. Yeah, I think I like Starmade because it gives you a lot more flexibility on what you can build. I just wish there were more missions. You know, there was more PVE. And I kind of wish the PVE was a little bit better balanced as well. Because what PVE there is pirate bases. And most of the time, it's like, oh, you need to find this really difficult pirate base. You guys, this person put out a really difficult pirate base on the blueprints, and it's really, really good. It's really, really challenging. And I go there, and it's actually just like lined with turrets. It just has missile turrets everywhere. And it's like, that's not a challenge, that's annoying. And of course, I could destroy all the missiles that are incoming with point defense lasers. PDLs will take care of every single last one of these little stupid, laggy missiles that's coming in. And then I can get close enough to the ship that I can, or to the base, that I can just absolutely bomb it with every cannon that I have. Eventually killing off all of the missile turrets, and then pretty much hulling the rest of the station. Yes, it's quote unquote challenging, but there is no real challenge there. A challenge would be, hey, you have to break into this station. You have to break into the station, and you have to disable its defenses from the inside, and yada yada yada. You're only allowed to use a ship of such and such size to destroy anything on the station. It's like, yeah, because that's what I used to do. I used to go to a station. I would make a little teeny tiny little stealth ship, just ram that stealth ship right into the freaking building, all right, clip into the building, all right, and then I would then sneak around and then pop the turrets off their mounts from the inside. You pop those turrets off the mounts from the inside, they go floating off into space, not able to do anything. They can't even fire their gun anymore because they have no access to power. And then I walk around looking for one of these babies. So I would go looking around for a storage block. I would crack that storage block open, and it would have a bunch of goodies inside of it. And that was the fun of it. And then I'd come back with a salvager later on, and then start vacuuming up parts of the entire station, just gutting it for all the components that I needed. It's like, oh, this station has a really big energy reactor silo. Let's go ahead and just pull that up. You're not going to need that anymore. Okay, I will give you that. I will concede to you that there is the rascal, that there are people on little mobility scooters and stuff like that. However, an inability to use your legs, and I can speak from experience on this, would absolutely be detrimental to my health. Anytime that I've gotten a Charlie horse in my life, anytime that I've taken an injury that's kept me off my legs, and I've been bedbound for any amount of time, I have absolutely hated it, because I can't get up and do anything for myself. If I want a sandwich, I have to ask somebody for it, and I have to get somebody's attention usually. If I want a bowl of soup, a bowl of cereal, a cold drink, a hot drink, access to a bathroom, if I have legs, it's a billion times easier. All right? So I would love to see more mobility options and more accessibility for folks who have problems walking. All right? If we could swap out, somebody's completely useless legs with something that would be useful, I would see that as a positive. However, I know a lot of people would rather not have parts of themselves chopped off. Again, speaking from experience, I would rather not have anything of my anatomy chopped off unless it is causing me a lot of pain. And being trans, there is one case, there's one situation where that applies, but that's for another stream. The fun part is, when it comes down to it, there are a lot of ways to enhance what we have. So we could put a frame on somebody that would allow them to have their leg mobility back. And I think a lot of folks, with the way this planet is just designed around us being able to be ambulatory, would appreciate having their legs back more so than being able to taste the Swiss cheese in their sandwich. Yeah, yeah, yeah. It's Starmade. It is actually indeed the very real Starmade. I was supposed to be making a thing though. Um, the other chamber that I needed, there was mobility, it was logistics, and it was the other one. What was the other one? What was the other chamber I needed? Change production. Reactor. Reactor FTL? Reactor power. I'm liking reactor power. Let's process a few of those out. Activate production, please. There we go. Let that run for a bit. The idea of a Starmade 2 is cute, but eh. I mean, if anybody actually did mention like there was a Starmade 2 going on, that would be hilarious. Because good old Starmade. I'm sorry, hold on. Starmade 2 is a Skyrim mod. Somebody's Schnellbeer. He's one of the people who's a regular on the Starmade Discord. Is like, yeah, Starmade 2 needs to be in Unreal 5. If Star if Starmade is so great, why isn't there a Starmade 2? I mean, I suppose.
You haven't finished Starmade 1 yet.
Right. I mean, the 2.0 system, would that count? Let's see. Some of these go back to 2021 even. But no, more recently, Schnellbeer was like, yeah, Skyrim 2 is a Skyrim mod, or Starmade 2 is a Skyrim mod. That's funny. That would actually be funny. I mean, because Pocket Empire is the thing. Starmade 2, Intergalactic Boogaloo. Because we do have more than one galaxy. People forget that we have multiple galaxies in this game already. Another VTuber I know is I like to consider her a friend. I don't know how she feels about me though. Is streaming right now. I'm sitting there going like, oh, I should go watch, and it's like, no, I'm in the middle of streaming myself. I do not need to go watch another streamer right now. We're processing out stuff, but I do want to look something up while I've got the opportunity. That's the wrong window. I have far too many screens and far too many windows. Yet I don't have enough. Blah, 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 So we're gonna take a moment while this stuff is processing out, because it's gonna take a little while for it to process out. We're gonna go ahead and switch over and watch the indie trailer for the stream. So here we go, and that's the Toys for Tots promo. And I forgot to flip it to off. So we're gonna watch this first. Sorry, I can't not watch this.
Thanks to your generosity, Marines have delivered Christmas to children in need since 1947.
Guys, I just realized that there's a pause function for the media that's currently playing. I have never noticed this before. I've been using OBS for years. I've been using media sources for years. I have never noticed that there's the ability to play and pause what's currently on the screen. Best day of my life. Yeah, it wasn't my intention to run the Toys for Tots one right away, but I decided to let it go anyways because it's Toys for Tots. What kind of monster stops a Toys for Tots? Has anybody stopped a Toys for Tots commercial during the stream, during the marathon? Because I'm not calling anybody out, but it's meant to be a joke. I'm trying to, I'm trying to sit there and be like, what kind of a monster would do that to Toys for Tots? And it's like, but somebody might have to have had done that for necessary because accident happens. Stuff happens, and I'm not going to judge anybody for it. But yeah, I'm going to shut up now. We're just going to watch this process because paint drying for 10 hours is actually a valid movie. A very British movie, but there it is. How many of those do I have so far? Because I'm not keeping count. Hmm, 182. That's not many. But it's more than I need, actually. Like, that is way more than I need. But I'm going to go ahead and deactivate. Because I'm only making one ship. If I was making, like, an entire fleet of ships, I would probably need way more of these. Also, as a demonstration as to how many galaxies we actually have in this game, I will give you a small sampling. Give me one moment. This will take me just a second to figure out how to do again. Draw other galaxies and maps. Low. Yes. Apply. Yes. Let's apply that and then go back out to the big map. Alright, so if you remember the galactic map last time, it only shows the galaxy we're currently in, typically. And as you can see, the game is now rendering an additional 26 galaxies near us. So yeah, all the galaxies directly adjacent to this galaxy are now being rendered. And those are galaxies you can actually go to. They're not just there for display. So in this 3x3x3 cube, you can see there is a lot of galaxy happening right here. And you can also see how it lags things back pretty horrendously. I'm getting all of 5 to 6 FPS when it feels like it. Alright, so if I wanted to teleport to one of these galaxies, or even fly there manually, because I could use a simple jump drive and fly there manually, yeah, you can go there. And here's a fun fact. This game also has wormholes. Now the wormholes allow you to travel much faster than the speed of light. When you are absorbed into a wormhole, you usually emerge from a random wormhole. And when you emerge from that random wormhole, you are going at the speed that you went in. And as you get close to a wormhole, its gravity well draws you in very, very fast. What I've had happen before in the past, and I've done this intentionally, is I've gone to a wormhole that was close to another one in hopes that it would fling me out close to that one, and then the speed at which I was flung out of that one would fling me back into the original wormhole. Alright, and it's happened a few times where I could just build up, some energy between a couple of, wormhole pairs, and then get flung so fast and so far that I end up in a whole other galaxy. And I've been able to travel many galaxies over by doing exactly that. Oftentimes, I'll get sucked into another galaxy's wormholes collection and end up having a fairly complete map of that galaxy as well, and then being flung to another galaxy. Now, what does this do to your PC? It does an aggressive amount of processing. It is incredibly intensive on your memory. I have 64 gigabytes of RAM on this machine, and the last time I attempted this, I only had 32, and it crashed at some point in time. There was a segment fault somewhere. Now, if you die while you're out there, you're going to be teleported all the way back to your spawn sector. Not the spawn sector for that particular galaxy, but the spawn sector you originally showed up at. And if you haven't set your spawn close to wherever it is you died, and you dropped anything or you had to abandon a ship there or something like that, if you're not an admin, good luck. Because flying there manually without using the wormhole trick, it's going to be impossible. But yes, this game is immense. And at full speed, it would take you years to reach the end of the intergalactic map. So the end of the universe is too far away for anybody to get to without having to use admin commands. And even then, using admin commands, it kind of behaves like as if it's just generating one of the galaxies nearby you, so it doesn't actually take up that much memory. It's traveling through the galaxies that ends up taking the huge amounts of memory up. So yeah, there's that. Back to rendering only one galaxy, and it's much nicer. Getting 79 FPS without any trouble. Sorry, there was a cat crossing by, and I had to mute because muley cat and on keyboard. Going back out to the ship build. Plop. Plop, plop, plop music. Alright, back to where we were. Now that I can play around with the reactors. Sorry, Phoenix obviously wants attention now. Phoenix, mama. What's up? What's up with you, baby? Okay, Phoenix, you're a bit close to my situation here for me to not be a little concerned, because you are one of those cats that doesn't understand keyboard. Okay. Alright, you go ahead and hide out there, that's fine. That's fine. You be a cutie. She do be an adorable little bitty baby kitty. Let me find the reactor conduit. Alright, chambers connected, required, okay, welcome back. Okay, she was fine down there in her little cubby hole, but then she re-emerged after I started talking again, so I'm figuring there's something going on there. I don't know what she wants, but she wants something. Alright, so now I have a reactor power chamber enabled. We're going to specify chamber and go to reactor base enhancement. Okie doke. Now, evidently, we don't need the reactor to be very big at all. The reactor chamber, I should say. So I'm going to use another reactor conduit. I'm going to connect another one. And we can specify an additional chamber. So, reactor booster 1. Cool. So, what this allows me to do is it increases the power recharge efficiency by 110, and this is going to increase reactor boost strength by 50, duration by 10, and cooldown is going to be brought down by 30. Of course, these reactor components also have a bonus to the ship's HP totals, so we can continue messing around with that. Let's try to put some more on this chain here. Oh, No, wrong one. Wrong direction. There we go. Alright, so those reactor enhancers, when you put them all together, allow me to dedicate up to specify chamber, please. Specify chamber, please. Revert. Oh, I can only level up, that's why. Alright, alright. So I can remove those. Yes, I can get booster 3 without having to put on additional units. I just need to upgrade it because it's going to use more RC. So reactor chamber points. As long as I don't exceed that, I'm good to go. And using 16% of my RC, I am increasing a lot of stuff. I'm getting away with increasing a lot of stuff on this. So that makes the reactor setup that much more effective. And let's do this over here. Let's go with logistics. How many more do I need for logistics to function? Our minimum required 0. Good, 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 good. Specify chamber. Mining bonus 1. Yes, please. And then I can actually level that up as well. And I only need to use 1 chamber to do that. So I've been using up 46% of my total RC. And I'm getting mining bonus 2. Okay, so what else do I want to add to this? I'm thinking mobility. Reactor mass, reactor mobility chamber. Okay. Now, I might want to play around with FTL next. Mobility reactor chamber, specify chamber, top speed, turn rate, thrust blast. Okay. Cat new keyboard. Cat new keyboard. You're woke. Hello, mama. Sorry. Phoenix obviously wants some attention, but she's not quite sure how to ask for it right now. I think she's slowly getting the idea. I think she's just a little bit kind of getting that inkling that usually when I'm talking into the microphone, that it means that I'm talking to somebody that's not her. And when I'm looking at her and talking, she understands that I'm actually talking to her. That's right, baby. I'm talking to you. Hello, mama. Oh, she is purring so much. She's just sitting here with her little butt up against my chest and her head up towards my shoulder. And she is just absolutely loving all this attention I'm giving her suddenly. Oh, mama. You don't want a treat, do you? You just want attention. You're just a little love sponge. That's all you are. Just a stripy little love sponge. She's a pretty kitty. She's mostly a gray tabby, but she has little bits of orange here and there, as is typical with female gray tabbies. But she has this really cute little feature where there's just one little lick of orange right in the crown of her little forehead. So where the little M on a cat's, right above a cat's nose usually is, one of those little striations is orange. And it looks like she just has a little flame just sitting there. Like a little match. This little light of mine, I'm gonna let it shine. And that's one of the reasons why she's called Phoenix. She's a little flame kitty. Hello, mama. Yeah. Her ears are twitching. I'm giving her scritches underneath the underneath her chin, and her ears are twitching along with it. Okay, you had enough? Have you had enough, baby? Maybe? No. She is showing no signs of wanting to leave. And evidently she's sniffing at the cookie that I just ate. Okay, she's done. She's had enough. She took one good huff of my breath, and I think she picked up the coffee and was like, "Yep, nope, we're gone." I want to activate the turning rate 1, and then upgrade that to turning rate 3. Yeah, level up, level up. Okay, now I'm using 86%. I'm getting close to critical. I'm hoping I have just enough to be able to enable FTL. And the reactor FTL chamber, yeah. I'm gonna have to go build FTL chambers now. So that's a reactor. That's the mining one. That one's the mobility. This one, no, that's one's the mobility. This one is a reactor booster. So, mining, reactor, mobility, FTL's next. I wouldn't mind being able to remote control my factories. Sure, I might not be able to change around like my factory enhancers, but if I could remote control my factories, that would make my life a little bit easier. I would require less of this back and forth stuff. I mean, there's an idea for a mod if I ever thought of one. Oh. There we go. I could automate this. I could easily automate this. I kind of want to now. Okay. Oh, automation. That might actually be a good thing to show off. Okay. That is the true redstone of this game. This stuff is penny ante, like the chambers and how the weapons interact with their modules, and how storage blocks and factory blocks interact with their modules. This is all penny ante stuff. The really big time is when you want to do any amount of automation, like you want to automate stuff on rails and stuff like that. Holy balls, that can get complicated fast. And in a really delightful way. It'd be nice if there was a more visual representation to be able to work with it. But then again, your visualization is already happening in 3D. So, chamber. Wrong one. Change production. FTL, reactor FTL chamber. Do I have any FTL chamber components? No. I do not. Nice. Now, considering how few chambers I've needed so far, it feels like making more than 5 is kind of an overstep. Okay, I'll just leave that be. That should be 7 in total, I think. Yeah, 7. So we're good to go. Ooh, and shipyards. I haven't even started the automation of shipyards either. Oofa. That could be a lot of fun to play around with. But this is my last stream for from this block. The chances of me coming back and doing this again for 12 days of indie without it being next year, pretty low, pretty low. But you know, lesser miracles have happened. Hi there. Alright, time to go to the underside and start playing around with chambers down here. I hope you're not ticklish. FTL chamber. Let's go ahead and enable jump drive base, jump power efficiency, multiple charge, jump distance, jump auto charge. That's going to require an additional chamber. 92%. Jump distance 1. That is really close to critical. That's the maximum I can get. Matter of fact, I'm over. I'm in the negatives. I'm in an absolute negative. So I'm going to have to trim back on one of these. Mining bonus, turn rate. I don't need turn rate to be that high. I can level that down 1. Go back to the FTL chamber. Level that up. Okay, that's maxed out. So I'm at 91. That's close to critical, but it's not over. It's not over capacity. And I get jump distance 3. Which gives me an additional 24%. No, with 2, so it's a double multiplier to jump distance. So a jump that would take me normally 2 jumps would only take me 1 jump this time. Drive base, and remember the nearest asteroid field to me is 2 jumps away. So now I've reduced that to just 1 jump. The jump base also reduces some of that a little bit. So let's see. The reactor is also going to be at its full capacity and full efficiency. The mobility chamber is also going to be at its about 50% of its capacity. Turn rate 2. Maybe 66% of its capacity. It's 2/3 of the way there. Logistics, mining 2, very nice. It will increase your mining bonus by about like what 100%, so you get double stuff. Very, very useful. Hot damn, is this thing ugly. I'll worry about putting a shroud on it in a bit, like building a proper ship around this mess. But I want to see how it mines first. To do that properly, I might want to actually build some storage into it. That way it actually goes somewhere. balls. I just realized I don't have a salvage computer on this thing. So I'm going to try to fire a salvage beam and not have anything to fire. And then I'm going to pull everything from there. No. It's going to put everything there. Okay, there we go. That's how that works. The salvage beam computer is now being instructed to send stuff to the storage block. And the storage block will then store it in its own inventory. And the storage block inventory can go to a storage array. Storage modules. So where the flip are the storage modules? There should be a huge stack of them in here somewhere. I'm probably looking right at them and just failing to recognize them. Aren't they part of the storage? Oh, yeah. There they are. I already have them selected, actually. Alright, so the storage system. Let's go ahead and just tack it onto the back here. Okay, I know it needs a connection. That's why... Jerk. Oh, that's why. I was wondering why it was so much longer than I needed to be. Okay, okie doke. Five, 10, 15, 20, 25. That's 25 units large. So that should do for some additional storage. Good times. And does that affect the chambers at all? No, the chambers are all green. So adding to the mass of the ship didn't change the change that at all. Now there are no hostiles in this game right now, except for the star bases. The star bases could be hostile, but if I don't go near star bases, then I'm fine. Something else I need to do, but I keep forgetting to set or load waypoint. All right. Enter waypoint. No, what I need to do is I need to save current coordinates. This is home. Okay, load or set waypoints. Good. That's some asteroids nearby. But where was that one place that I went? Because it was in the adjacent system. I want to say it was this way. No. It was in a system that I already inspected. Fairly certain it's this one. Plot path to current. That is something falling behind me that the cat has caused. Okay. So we're going to take this ugly ship and we're going to make us a jump. Okay, you'll notice my hotbar has nothing on it because I forgot to assign anything to it. So salvage computer, jump drive, scanner, reactor boost. If I needed the reactor boost, I could put it there. Activation beam. Oh, the activation beam should go there. Scanner. Reactor boost. Okay. So we're going to go ahead and turn the reactor boost on. It's something you have to charge up, so we're just going to let that recharge real quick. In the event that I have to skedaddle real fast and I still need that jump drive, we can use that that boost to give me the little bit of energy necessary to get the jump drive charged and get a mosey, because this ship is not going to take much damage at all. I'm hoping that this will jump straight there. Now, being able to jump straight there has two big things that are going for it. First off, I don't have to alter my speed. I can keep my speed at 0, and then when I enter the system that I'm jumping to, I won't be slamming into things. So that's good. Also, jumping straight there gets us out of the planet's gravity. And navigation when you're leaving a planet's gravity gets kind of wonky, so it's just one of those things. Jumping exactly there. Excellent. Navigations. Oh, sweet mama. Okay. Funny enough, I did not come out here with a specific plan. Let's just go ahead and grab the asteroid with the smallest amount of size. That one is very close by and is also very small. Might want to slow it down a little bit. Not the quickest mining rig that I've ever had, obviously, but that's not really the point. The point isn't to see whether I can mine quickly with it, it's to see if I can automate mining with it. So to do that, I'm going to create another ship. Okie doke. And I'm going to use this ship to create a new fleet. So I'm going to go to fleet. I'm going to create a new fleet. Mining trials. I'm going to add a member. Let's go ahead and add engage range. Let's add another member. Okay, I can't tell which one is which. So 9335 is c'est toi? Yes. 9335 is currently set as the mothership. That is not what I need. I need to set the ship that I'm currently in as the mothership, so it needs to be on the top of the list. It is now the mothership. Now I can command the fleet to mine this sector. Whoa. Whoa, 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 whoa. Chill. Holy balls. No, what are you, what the hell, what? What is this thing doing? Wow. Okay. I don't think it's mining anything. I'm not seeing any block removal happening. Matter of fact, the block oh, it is removing blocks. It totally is removing blocks. Okay. Oh, but it is just rubber banding around like a muffin. All right. I need to turn back on draw beams. Okay. I mean, it's doing the job. It's just having a time of it, I think. And then there's these jerks. They're coming in and they're gonna try to remove blocks from my asteroid. Okay, that's working better. It's not spinning around and being weird. It's just being weird normally, I guess. It's also very, very slow. But I do have that ×2 multiplier on there. I imagine if that ship had more physical bulk, if it was slowed down because it had like proper armor and stuff like that on there, it probably wouldn't be going this crazy. It might even be a good idea to turn off that one reactor that has that one reactor chamber that has the moving bonus, because that might be causing a little bit of this as well. Oof. Boy, you jerks. I see you synchronizing onto my asteroid. Go away. Go mine something else. Go mind your own business. Damn it. Why is it my asteroid? Why is it always the one that I'm already working on? I don't even need the material from this asteroid. I just want to trial this. And yet, these ships are directly demonstrating how this works perfectly. And yet I can't get my ships to do that. I can't get my ships to synchronize like that. Annoying. Typically, I just kind of keep a note of it. A good example of that would be the logbook. Personal logbook. So if I need to go find more Bastin and Ferdikine, you know, I could just put that here and be like, okay, when I need to go, you know, checking to see, all right, what kind of mineral do I need more of? Because like this one over here has there's an asteroid that's actually rich in Bastin and Ferdikine. Scanning around, navigations, Varia and Zircaner. So if I need Varia and Zircaner, then I could add that to the logbook, and the logbook would allow me to keep track of that. So I no longer need to look for Bastin for the Keen. So there we go. Just delete it. That's how I typically keep track of that kind of stuff. Typically I can memorize just the one item that I need, but if I need like a whole buttload of stuff, I'll be like, okay, so Varat and Gisper come in the same roid, so I'll just put Gisper, Bastin. If I need Bastin or Ferdikine, I'll look for just Bastin, and Parsine and Sapsun come on the same roid, so I'll look just Parsine. All right, so those are the 3 types of asteroids that I need, but I don't actually need that particular element off of them. I just need the other element that's always, you know, present with them at the same time. I can shorthand that. So, you know, if I forget, it's like, oh, well, there's an asteroid nearby that has Zircaner. Do I need Zircaner? Well, let me double check. I don't have Varat or Zircaner on my list, so no, I don't need that. Not necessary. Where'd you go? You're not doing anything. Okay, how about you mine the sector. Okay, there's no more rocks in this sector, so let's go to that one. Or no, that one. That one's cool. Alright. Well, that one's further away. Yeah, let's go for that one. I didn't bring any reactors or any thrusters with me, so my maximum movement speed is going to be that right now. Which means it's going to be a fairly long trip. How can you tell which minerals are where? Well, I mean, when you go to navigation, it will tell you what asteroids have what actual elements on them, and finding the elements where they spawn. Typically, yellow rings are a sure shot. Yellow rings usually have like lots and lots of asteroids nearby. So sectors that are adjacent to this one will likely have asteroids in them. Some stations will also have like rocks nearby and stuff like that. Just don't go close to a sun. And of course, planets do have resources on them, but you have to go mine them yourself, or you have to bring a ship big enough that it can mine whole chunks of a planet really fast. And those kind of lag masters, they're typically not well received on most servers. Just gotta go to this rock. This rock has what I want, which is resources to test on. Not any specific resources, just resources that I can throw the little ship at and see how well it does at vacuuming them up. And it's a good distance away from those trade guild jerks. Always coming in and raffle stomping my asteroids. Okay, we're in the sector where these asteroids occur now. I should be able to send the instruction to the ship and tell it to come mine this. Mine the sector. Now keep in mind that ship's a lot faster. But there's also a blue ship nearby, which means trade guild, I think. No, that's my guy. Alright. Never mind. Mama just vacuumed a roid. But the minerals in my hold. Didn't pay my taxes when I docked and didn't get told. Yeah, it zipped right by me and just went straight for the asteroids. And it's mining them. We can see the little beam. One of the best things about instant coffee is you can actually measure out how much caffeine you actually need in your system. If you don't really need that much, then you can, just put in a very little bit of the instant coffee, and you'll have just enough caffeine to do you the job. But if you need it really ultra powerful, I mean, I've seen people add instant coffee to regular coffee to give it more caffeine kick. They're practically walking away with espresso sludge. And you know what? More power to them. Enjoy your station house swill. Okay, so why aren't you mining the rock? Oh, it is. We've just lost the beams again. No, I get that. I get that too. I've always had a real love for coffee, especially dark roasts. I've just been told to cut down on my caffeine intake. So, like, 1 can of soda in a day, that's already about the equivalent of 2 cups of coffee. Most people drink, like, what, on average, 4 to 5 cups of coffee in a day. I've been told don't do that. Cut it in half. 2 cups, tops. So, yeah. Sugar intake, I'm cutting down on as well. I mean, it's not as if I want the sugar. It's the fact that everything has sugar in it. I can't pick up a random food item in any store without it having added sugar somewhere. The only way I'm able to get around that is if I stay in the produce section. And then again, there's this suspicious looking guy from the Sugar Consortium with a syringe. So I don't know what that's about. But no, there's just so much sugar and salt and stuff. Just the way we grow it and the way we produce it and process it and put it into the shops. It's pretty much a crapshoot if you get anything good out of it. That's one of the reasons why I'd like to eat Texas toast bread, because the recipe for Texas toast bread actually has a reduced sugar count. So it it's bread that tastes like bread. If you take a square of a slice, I should say, of Texas toast, bread off the loaf, and you just kind of bite into it, it tastes like bread. If you take a regular sandwich bread slice and you take a bite out of one of those, it tastes like cake. It tastes like sponge cake. Like, why does it have so much sugar? It doesn't need this much sugar. No one wants that much more sugar in their bodies, you know? But people sit there and complain about the taste of wheat bread, and it's not really the taste of the wheat bread you don't like, it's the lack of sugar, because you're used to bread being sugary, to being sweet, and it's also the change in texture, because the texture of whole wheat bread, is very different from white bread. One thing my school used to do, whenever we did have sandwiches for lunch, was they would have one slice of white bread and one slice of wheat bread in every sandwich, so no one could complain. Oh, I asked for whole wheat. No, I asked for white. No, it doesn't matter. You're getting both. You don't get a choice in the matter. I enjoy white wheat bread too. The yellow markers are the asteroids that are nearby. So I have this asteroid currently highlighted, which is why it's white. But the other two markers are two other asteroids that are nearby, two other valid contacts. Now, I'm highlighting this one because I'm taking a look at its block count total. This is a asteroid rich in Varat and Zircaner. Okay, that's a cat playing with a bottle. There's a bottle in the cubby hole, and the cat has decided that it wants to play with the bottle. So if you hear that knocking around, that's a very rambunctious kitty cat with a very old bottle of Dr. Pepper that somebody dragged into there at some point in time, and I hadn't noticed until now when she started playing with it. That bottle will not be there when the stream ends. It will be out probably on the floor where she can play with it in the open and not worry about it. But yeah, as you can see, the block count is going down on that asteroid, which means that this little miner right here, even though the beam isn't showing right now because the graphics card or the graphics subsystem of the game has decided to poop on that, well, it is trying to, but it's not rendering the beam. So I know the beam is engaged because the block count is going down. So it is slowly pulling components off of that. And considering that that's not derping around and being weird, it does seem that we fixed the problem. The problem is that, for me, as cute as that little ship is, it's not my typical style of ship. I don't typically make perfectly symmetrical ships in all directions. So now I needed to figure out how it is I'm going to I don't know, compromise between my typical style of building a ship and the style of ship that this is required to be right now. And as you can see from these two boxes that are just kind of hanging off in space, they are connected to the structure of the rest of the ship, but they're connected via invisible blocks. Those blocks are getting bigger like that because they are being slowly filled by the beam that is currently vacuuming stuff off of that particular rock. And you know what, let's get a little bit closer. Let's see if we can see some block removal happening. Yeah, you'll see a block kind of randomly pop out of existence. I don't want to intercept the beam. There you go, see that? There we are. You can see blocks slowly being removed, bit by bit. Very methodic, very surgical, very precise. Now, that makes me happy in ways that I cannot really explain, I cannot really emote, because I'm a machinist by trade, and precision just gives me a freaking raging lady boner. It really does. It's just the best thing ever. And it doesn't actually, but it's funny to say it that way. Um, just amazing to see that kind of precision happening. And the ship isn't derping out, which is really great. But then again, how am I going to design a ship around that? Whoa. Okay, well, I mean, the beam is back. Hi. What the... Like the head of Beijing Corn would say, what the hell? Where are you going? Get back here, please. Okay, not that fast. Whoa. Daddy, chill. Wow, look at that. It's doing it again. It's doing it again. I was so happy with it. I was just sitting here like, hey, it looks like it's all working out the way it's supposed to. Nope. Nope, 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 nope. You know what the funniest thing is that I can admit to when it comes to breads? I really like molasses bread. Molasses bread is sweet intentionally. But if you've ever had a turkey sandwich but with molasses bread, it is so delicious. It is so ridiculously yummy. I don't even know what to say about it. You put a little bit of mayo and a little bit of pickles with some turkey, and it doesn't even need cheese. It's just the brown bread will do just fine. My brain has just erased what it is I was talking about. The bread I was talking about specifically. It's brown and it comes in a can. Molasses bread. All right. So yeah, it just needs the molasses bread, which you can get in a can. It's canned bread. It has a shelf life of like forever. And then you crack open the can. You slice a couple of, I don't know, the coins off of it, because they're when you slice a piece off of it, it looks like a big cookie. You stick that turkey and the mayo and the pickles in there, and you just munch down, and that's good eating. Well, it is both coming and going, and right now it's actually mining. So I guess that's the better definition. It is mining. It's just doing a terrible job of it. Yeah, canned bread. Trying to remember the name of it. But I've got literal cans of it just sitting there, and I've had some of those cans are years old. B&M brand. You can buy them online. They're available from folks like Amazon and stuff like that. And I think they have a raisin version. Yeah, they do. They have the regular round one, and they have the one with raisins in it. So yeah, molasses bread, very delicious. It's just you need to know how to work with it. It can be a little odd sometimes. There are some really interesting recipes for it as well, and I mean, some of them require gravy, some of them require soaking the bread in some sort of brine of some sort, for a little while. There's others that just have you smush it back down and kind of shred it up and have it used as a flavoring agent for more bread. So you make a loaf out of that loaf by breaking it down and adding additional like self-rising flour and stuff. But yeah, molasses bread, quite delicious if you know how to work with it. And also, a sustainable food. Again, it's probably survivalists go crazy over it. Gravy on bread. Ooh, yes, very nice. Also, just a really quick thing to check in on. If y'all plan on donating to a food bank during this season, consider donating cash. I know that sounds a little counterintuitive when you could just go to the store and pick up some stuff and donate the cans and the pasta and whatnot. But yeah, there's several YouTube videos about why that's not the greatest idea. But food banks can really do the most with cash, which includes fresh vegetables, which everybody needs. Everybody needs nice green, leafy green things. Everybody needs more leafy greens. Everybody needs more carrots, more onion, all the delicious vegetables that are out there. Who wouldn't love to have a basket full of cherry tomatoes, around the house during Thanksgiving or during Christmas? And I know there's people that specifically dislike cherry tomatoes. I get that, but a lot of people find them adorable and easy to decorate with, and they're sweet and delicious. And why not? So yeah, consider donating cash instead, and yeah, that helps out a lot, because just like Toys for Tots, if you donate cash, Toys for Tots can do so much more with it, because they can make agreements and buy like a whole bunch of really cool stuff in bulk from the manufacturers, even if it's like stuff that's just like a backlog that they've not been able to sell. It's fine that they haven't been able to sell it. Somebody's going to appreciate it. All right. And it's way better to use the money that way than to, go find a Tonka truck and then just dump it in the box. That's great. You can still do that, but they can do so much more with cash. So any kind of donation run, just like ours, consider it and go right on ahead and do a thing and do it with cash, because if nothing else has been taught to me in my lifetime, cash talks. But yeah, it's doing its thing again, and it's swinging really close to me. That has been a couple of really close calls. I'm almost entirely certain it's trying to Miley Cyrus me. It wants to come in like a wrecking ball. And it's so much closer. I don't feel safe here. But I don't want to move because it might do worse. I'm just gonna slide this way. It seems to be averse to getting anywhere near the freaking asteroid, so let's go ahead and just get closer to the asteroid. That pretty much guarantees it won't get anywhere near me. If I get hit, I get the kinetic energy from that hit sent off in the other direction. And that is not fun. I mean, that's the way you end up getting knocked into a black hole into a wormhole by accident and ending up 3 galaxies over before you even realize it. And then you have to jump manually all the way back home, which takes hours. This has happened to me before, can you tell? Alright, you know what? I'm going to tell this guy to idle. You there. Quit being weird. Alright, there we are. Gonna slow it down. You're a mothership, so this should actually work, actually. Let's move fleet to home, use, Oh. Okay, but you forgot the mothership. I wonder why the mothership isn't moving on its own. Oh, it is. I'm hooked onto it. That's why. And it's going at the very slowest speed. That's why. Okay. All right. All right. All right. All right. All right. I'm sitting here like, why isn't the mothership moving? It should be moving. It is, just very, very slowly. Oy vey, this is going to be a while. And I've got some lovely incoming messages. Let's take a look. I'm part of a server where I have a lot of very, very loving folks who are very, very, very sympathetic. I think is the word for it. They get me. So I'm currently in that, and it's kind of being a hug box right now, which is good. People need that from time to time. Yeah, you become a Newton's Cradle. Exactly. You become a desktop toy. We had a bunch of fried green tomatoes. Yum. But yeah, I enjoy talking about food because it's chemistry. When you break it down, food is just chemistry you can eat. And I know I sounded like Hank Green for a second there. But yeah, it's just a wonderful thing that we can get away with, that we can sit there and we can chemically alter something that's going to go into our body and make it actually more beneficial for us. And I know I am currently channeling Hank Green. Right now he is sitting in a position in his home going, my power's being drained from me. Sorry, Hank, I need it for a moment. I need to sound smart for a second. So this is going to take a while for us to get to our destination. Where are we going? Okay, Shipcore, where are you taking me? Yeah, that's correct. So where's the fleet taking us then? Did I screw up on the fleet command? Order. Move fleet. Use. Okay, are we getting closer toward the... No, we're going further away still. Why are we moving away from our waypoint? Activation. I'm trying to figure out why it is that the other ship is going in the wrong direction as well. Like, what? What's going on there? I am looking forward to later on. My breakfast this morning was fairly simple. It was a sandwich. It was just a sandwich, real quick. Um, I know I could run into the store real quickly. It'd probably take me maybe 5 minutes to do this, and then get something that's a proper breakfast. But I'm not really that hungry. Um, I had some fries along with the sandwich. Ooh, ooh, ooh! That was fun. That was This is a funny story. I don't know. Um, I don't know how my partner would feel about me telling this story. Well, okay. I'm not the smartest person on the planet, and I'm happy to acknowledge that now. Pre-HRT, I was pretty much, I had to insist on being the smartest person in the room at all times. Otherwise, I didn't feel like I was pulling my end of the social contract. Um, but that's no longer an issue for me. I can admit that I'm just a moron. The thing is that I noticed my partner was a little down, and I'm like, okay, well, I mean, I can surprise her. I can just go ahead and order something for us to munch on, and neither one of us has to do any of the cooking or cleaning. It's just a matter of, throwing the plates away afterwards and stuff like that, paper plates. Um, so I surreptitiously open up a web browser on the monitor she can't see. I order some food. I watch the timer tick down till we're about like 15 minutes away. I'm thinking to myself, okay, I'll spring on her. Ooh, excuse me. I'll spring it on her when the food's like a couple of minutes away. That way she knows when I'm going outside. Why it is I'm gonna go outside and wait to flag down some guy with a bag full of food. And at the 15-minute mark thereabouts, she looks over at me and then oof. Excuse me. She informs me that she's not feeling that well. She's just gonna lay in bed and she's gonna kind of take a chill. And I'm sitting there going like, well, that stinks. What do now? So my brain's sitting there, going like, smooth move, April. Why is it that you done this without having consulting with her first? Because I wanted it to be a surprise. And how did that turn out for you? Terribly. Well, you're going to have to deal with the consequences now. Yes, I am. It's not a problem for future me. It's a problem for me now. So, she conks off, unaware that food is incoming. And, the food shows up, and I go out there and I go grab it and stuff like that. I sit down. I have my portion of it because it was like a family-sized meal. So, it typically feeds 2 to 3 people. And it's the 2 of us, so not a problem. There's usually leftovers after that anyways, and they're still there in the fridge. But yeah, that's where the fries came from. The fries were left over from yesterday, and they were delicious, obviously, but my partner didn't get a chance to get into them until they were very cold, which kind of stinks. But she did eventually get into it, and I think she found it yummy because it's her favorite chicken place. We don't. I make jokes about Chick-fil-A all the time. We don't go to Chick-fil-A because of their issues with employees. But yeah, it's the same reason why I don't go to Hobby Lobby. But what it breaks down to is, even though something's supposed to be a surprise, maybe plumb the depths a little bit. Maybe just test the water for a second and make sure that you're not going to sit there and spend $50 on a family-sized meal plus delivery fee plus tip to have probably the most delicious food that you'd ever have delivered while it's still hot, have to sit in a refrigerator for several hours before it even gets touched by the person that it's intended for. So I mean, when it got here, it was delicious. It really was. And it's just like, It's really a shame that the person that was, that this was meant to be, the surprise for, is not going to even know about it because she's conked out. She's conked out underneath a heating blanket and surrounded by cats. Because every cat in the building sees a warming blanket being turned on and gets very, very excited. That means that they're going to have a magnificent nap in a very warm spot. This is going to take forever. Why don't I ever keep a spawnable ship in my inventory? I really need it. Or just the blocks. The blocks necessary to make a ship move fast enough that it's not this. Because this is 2 jumps away. That's it. 2 jumps. And I'm here. Yikes. I always find it funny when I go into the office of some guy like a lawyer or something like that, and he has a Newton's cradle there, and I'm like, so you just like smacking balls together, huh? I mean, that's cool. More power to you, buddy. More kinetic energy to you. I just realized that that's an excellent joke that I'm gonna have to recycle into some point in the future. The next time I walk in on somebody who has a Newton's cradle on their desk or on their shelf, I'll just point at it and go, huh? You enjoy smacking balls. I can identify. More kinetic energy to you, buddy. It's like, are you telling me more power? Yes, more power to you, sir. That is going to become a thing. It's going to be tacky. It's going to be awkward. It's going to be just hilarious to me at the moment. And I'm going to feel like trash afterwards, probably. Oh, goodness. But yay, VTuber! And this cough has been pretty persistent. It's actually choked me a couple times as I've been trying to talk. I'm gonna drop another lozenge. See if that helps out a little bit. Oh, sweet lyrical genius. Why do I do this to myself? Is there anywhere nearby that I could get components from? Temporary factory. It's not going to have a shop, though. There's not going to be any shops anywhere along this path, is there? There's one shop along the way, but it's so close, so miserably close to home. It's like, why bother? You know what? Screw it. We will get there slightly faster, and from there I'll be able to buy the components to make this ship slightly less terrible. Because I've got nothing. I've got nothing to work with. Yes, I'm a cube. Yes, I'm only a cube. And I'm slowly getting to that big tube that's full of shoppable stuff that'll make me suck less. Or at least that's what I'm hoping. Oh yeah, I hope so. I hope that is funny. I hope whoever I end up unleashing the evil of that on gets the joke. Not only gets the joke, but actually finds it funny. You know? Because it's just nerdy enough. Oh, hey, there's a planet over there. Do you see that little red circle that's right there? That's actually a planet. Oh, let me see if I can... Yeah, there it is. It's right there. So if I were to reorient myself this way, that would probably make a little more sense. There's the planet. And there it is on the scanner. Or on the navigation scan. I'm gonna have to do that. There's 2 streams I need to do. One is going through sticker packs, just for the sake of going through sticker packs. And another one is going to be watching like all the Schoolhouse Rock videos, like in order of release. Like, just for the sake of being cloyingly over-organized, only in their order of release. Including the banned ones. Ha ha ha. Oh. Where? What just happened? It looks like I made a jump. But I didn't. Whoa. It did it again. Okay, I'm thinking that I'm close to a planet or something. I mean, I'm just transitioning from one sector to the next. So I'm wondering why it did that. The jump special effect there for a second. And then it jumped me around between a couple of sectors for a second. I got bounced. There might be some rubber banding happening. The server isn't reporting that's having a slowdown, but some rubber banding might be happening. Nice Sunday drive on a Saturday. I mean, what are you gonna do? What are you gonna do? I mean, at least I'm getting 120 FPS. That's awesome. I wonder what happened if I would uncap it. Hold on. I can uncap the limit the frame rate. Apply. Yeah. 183, 185, 187. 255. 300. Well, my FPS is a lot better than I thought it was. And yet if I were to display multiple galaxies at once, it would still probably go back down to 5. Because the processing power necessary to display that many galaxies at once, yeah, not good, not good. And the galaxies are there. They're already there and ready to go. The sectors aren't loaded, so that's a bonus. Since the sectors aren't loaded, it's not going to lag it that much further behind. Otherwise, the server would probably collapse on itself. Unfortunately, my movement speed in game is not tied to my FPS. Because if it was, more FPS would mean more directionality. Go that way real fast. But I'm not getting that. I'm not getting that benefit. Mostly because this isn't a Sega game. Something I've noticed, that Sega game engines are... What? How? Y'all saw that, right? I was 80 kilometers away, and now I'm 44. I did cross the boundary from one cluster to the next. That might have been what caused that. Again, rubber banding happening. Quick course correction. A beast. Maybe. You know, I'm not exactly going to tattoo the barcode to the, forehead of this PC, but this thing's pretty beastly. This thing's pretty beefy. It is a beefy PC. It's an i7 10th gen with 64 gigs of RAM. And the graphics card, I meant to keep it kind of on the down low. I didn't want it to be too weird. So it's a 1660 Super, which is just enough to do pretty much most things at around 60 FPS at 1080p. The operative word being most things. I usually don't need that much kind of graphical overhead though, because I stream. Most of the streaming encoding is either being done by the NV encoder, or it's being done by the encoder on the CPU die. And sometimes I will use the encoder on the CPU die on the Intel end of things, because sometimes it does a better job. Especially two-dimensional games, it does a much better job with those. But if I'm seeing frame drops in the NV encoder, I'll switch over to the Intel decoder or encoder, and it'll actually do a better job, which is a little strange, but whatevs. It's all good. You know, having an Intel encoder grabbing NVIDIA, GPU output and then encoding that on die, it seems like a roundabout way of doing things, but sadly it works sometimes, especially when the ingest servers are being really laggy, and you need to actually slow down your encoding, but you don't want to slow down your bit rate. And I'll explain that in a second. But it's a round trip thing. The fun part is, what did another jump? It did another random jump. Okay, now I'm further away. I mean, what? That is weird. I mean, whatever's clever. But yeah, no, yeah, encoders get a little weird sometimes. They get a little weird, especially when the ingest servers are acting weird. It becomes a cascade failure. At a critical level, you roll a -1. You know, that's how bad that gets. And for all my talk of RPG tabletop games, I know little of them. I've never actually played one to its completion. I've played like a one-shot every so often with pre-made characters. I don't know what I'm doing in tabletop games, and I want to learn. And there's people who offer, it's like, oh no, I'll help you learn. And then I sit there, poke at them, and go, hey, I'm ready to go when you are. Ready to go when you are. Nope, it never happens. So yeah, one of these days I'll get into tabletop RPG stuff. but today's probably not that day. But whenever the old like Justin TV ingest servers were acting weird, sometimes going to like a software encoding would actually get you better results on the other end. So it seems like Twitch has the same problem still. Like there's still that kind of bug in the code where if the ingest servers on Twitch's side are just having a time, it doesn't matter how good they're running off of the AWS system, it just doesn't jive properly. So slowing down your output a little bit without degrading your output requires that you switch encoders, because as fast as the NV encoder is at H.264, switching down to the Intel encoder with the same protocol requires a roundabout time. It has to send the signal back to the CPU, all right, before it goes anywhere else. So it kind of becomes a loop back. Because of that slight amount of slowdown, just that tiny bit of lag, it gives the ingest server just a moment to clear itself. And yeah, the results end up usually being better than if you were to go off the NV encoder directly. But that's short-lived, because when the ingest servers, start acting properly again, it's going to slow things dramatically. You're going to have dropped frames left and right. It goes really crazy, really wonky. So you have to re-switch the encoder back over. You cannot do that live on OBS, at least not on the Windows or the Macintosh editions. On the Linux edition, if you know what you're doing from the command line, from terminal, then you could theoretically, if you know what you're doing, get it to switch around, and the servers will readjust and they'll be fine. But I don't typically use Linux for streaming. Linux is, an alternative OS for when this machine is too old to run Windows 10 or Windows 11 at this point. So yeah. It's taking me an extra long time to get to this freaking waypoint because, man alive, it keeps teleporting me around. Oftentimes, the sector changing like that is often from being close to a planet. Because when you're close to a planet, the planet's rotation is actually done by rotating the sector. So the sector boundaries end up overlapping over other sectors for a little while from time to time. And that's where that comes from. This one, where it's tossing me around like this, it seems to be doing the same thing, but on a multi-sector level, on the actual the cluster level. And this is the way I deal with it, or the way I think about a shop. That's a shop. Let's go to the shop. Yes, that is our ultimate destination right there. Minor course correction right there, and we're about, yeah, it's gonna be a while still. So, I consider this a cluster. So this is 16 by 16 sectors. All right, so that's a system. But I like to call that a cluster. And then a supercluster would be 9 by 9 of these. So this one, that one, this one over here, these are all part of the same supercluster. So it's, the 3 by 3 by 3 clusters that are next to each other. So a supercluster versus the regular cluster versus a sector. So when you're transitioning from one cluster to the next, from one system to the next, then yeah, that's when things get a little bit goofy. And of course near planets as well. So the rotations get a little bit weird. And it's just a strange thing that happens. Possible space jump or what? Yeah. Thanks for the clip though. Always appreciate that. This is taking forever to get to where I want to go. I'm not even close enough to this thing where I need to be worried about slowing down. And my speed is so low that the idea of slowing down at around 5k away from the target is laughable. I'm probably going to be slowing down closer to like 500 meters away because this is already stupid slow. And if I had brought one reactor with me, just one reactor, I could have enabled the jump drives. So we're actually getting close enough that it's actually rendering the shop. It's currently just a little line in the middle of the carrots. In the middle of the reticle. Oh shit. I forgot what I was doing. Okay, and we're 15 minutes out from the end of my time slot anyways. So a lot of this has just been space travel and me talking. And on my normal channel, a lot of people appreciate my talking. I don't know why. People tell me that I've got a soothing voice. I know I don't, but that's fine. I appreciate well-intentioned lies. But yeah, this is barely getting to that shop. Do I even have money? Oh, chat, am I not going to have enough money to do anything here? Okay, I do have a little bit of money. I've got 6 mil. That's enough to do some damage. I'm just hoping that the economy right now around here, the markets are not really fluctuating. Because then, yeah, the prices for things can get really crazy. I do have a lot of general knowledge. And I also make stuff up. That's fun. No, okay, every so often I'll have like a piece of knowledge that's more like supposition. Like I don't know for sure. But then I usually put the disclaimer of, you know, I imagine that it's like this or something like that. You know, I say that I don't know for sure. Every so often I'll go into something, I'll start talking about it like as if it's gospel, and it isn't, and I forget that people don't always realize that sometimes I'm talking out of one side of my mouth. Let's see what they got. Oh, I need power. Yeah, reactor power. Give me one. Got any thrusters? I could use a thruster. Thruster module, yes, they have some. And I really don't need anything else. I just need to have a reactor module placed on and a thruster module. I should be able to move much faster now. There we go. Look at that. I was moving at 85 ms. Now I'm moving at 510 ms. So that's meters per second. And my jump drive is actually charged. Okay. Activation beam, scanner, jump drive. All right. Oh, what'd it do? Now where am I? 713. What? What? How? I am nowhere near a sector. All right, fine. Let's just set our destination. Plot path to current. I don't know why I'm jumping. Now that's an intentional jump. Okay. Iki Kaniki. There we go. Really all we need to do is wait for the other ship to arrive. And I don't know where she is. I mean, it might already be in the system, I just don't know it. Is that it? Yes, that's it. Okay. Let's go retrieve this ship real fast. Yeah, just having a jump drive is such a big change. It's such a game changer for intersector travel. Like when you're traveling within the same sector, being able to move around slowly is actually kind of a bonus because then you don't overshoot stuff. But whenever you need to be on the quick fast. Uh-oh. I'm bouncing. I'm rubber banding. No. Stop. Don't rubber band me. Okay. Alright, looks like we're good. Okay, I'm attached to this, so let's go ahead and take a seat. And form the fleet. Mining trials. Okay. Order. Move fleet. Move fleet into home. There we go. So that ship should be right behind us. And we're gonna rubber band a little bit, but again, we're automating the process. So the rubber banding might still happen, but it's just going to be something that the ship should get beyond on its own. And evidently not. Where are we going? Like, that's our destination. Why are we moving away from it? Hold on. Taking over. No. No, you're going in the wrong direction. And so are you. Get back over here. No. Order. Idle information. Get your butt back over here. Come on. Mama summoned. Come on. Come back. There we go. There we go. Isn't that better? Isn't that so much better? You're still jittery. Okay, we'll go get you some Starbucks. And this is my way to lead it home. I can get it to follow me. I can get it to come along as long as I tell it to idle information. And we're probably going to get rubber banded around again. Zoom. There's the sector I want, and I went zoom. I overshot everything. And now, with good luck in getting anywhere. Zoom. Too much Venga boys in my life. Not enough Venga boys in my life. Oh, hello, rubber band. Now, do we alter our course? No, no, no. No, we maintain our course. We maintain our course knowing full well that if you rotate into the turn, eventually you turn the other way. Come on. Get it right. You're right there. Are we past the bending point? Are we past the sector boundary? Let me in. Let me in, let me in. It's being weird. Okay. Let's correct. Let's see if I can break out of the rubber band. Come on. Oh, wow. Come on. Let me out. Why am I further away now? Stop that. No. Bad sector boundary. Bad. Server is auto-saving. Well, that's not going to help any. I'm technically in the sector, but I'm not in the sector. Quit bouncing me out. Okay. Now, I'm going to set my waypoint to home. Okay, set or load. Let's plot. There we go. There we go. Alright, now I'm going to use my jump drive to get me one sector over. There we are. I just pulled a Picard maneuver on my planet. No! Don't do that to me again. Oh, how dare you. Okay. So where's our baby ship? It's out there. Come on. Come on, baby. A little bit closer. There you go. Another step will be nice. Come on, come on, come on. Oh, that poor thing is just spinning around out there like a moron. Come on. Just a confused little spaceship drifting around in space. Okay, I'm in build mode, so I can still tell it to idle in formation. No, it is idling in formation. Alright, then I'm just going to tell it to idle normally. And then idle in formation. Idle. Oh, you poor darling. Okay, yeah, that Starbucks is not going to be enough to stop that. I'm going to have to design a ship around that. This poor thing, God. Alright, it seems to be slowing down. It's slowing its roll. I might just call it Rolly from now on. There we go, there we go. You're slowing down. You're good to go. And just to confuse it more, I'm going to tell it to get into formation. And... oh, wait. Okay, it was in formation until I accidentally moved my ship, and then now it's out of formation. So now it's going to go crazy again. Okay, I had it in a better place, and then I screwed that up. Well, flip. What you gonna do? What you gonna do? I'm the next stream in around 1 minute, by the way. Cool, cool. Not a problem. We've got a few seconds left, and with those few seconds left, I'm gonna thank everyone for having tuned in. please keep tuning in because good stuff's going to happen. And thank you for being there with me for these streams. This will probably be the last one I'm ever, taking part in during this year. Next year I may be back. I might not be back. Just depends on how scheduling works out. But yes, please, please, please do support Toys for Tots. Help us out. Get that little green bar moving up a little bit bigger. And I hope you all have a wonderful weekend. Hasta la pasta, folks. Hasta la pasta.